Morning, Judge.
Good morning, lady.
Morning, my lady.
Good morning, my lady.
Morning, my lady.
Nelisa,
Morning, my lady.
place the matter on record.
Morning, my lady and colleagues.
Good morning.
Thank you, Judge. Today is the 22nd of February, 2022. Calling the matter of Life Esidimeni Inquest, case number I-001 of 2022. And I'd also like to put to the record that today we're not going to have a break, so we're going to adjourn from 12:45 up until 14:35, but the judge will confirm it thereafter. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much. Yes, as you know, one of our colleagues has passed away, so we'll be having his virtual memorial service, which I will join at 10 to 2. That's why 10 to 1. So it's better that we do not have the tea adjournment. We continue until 1:45. I hope that is in order with every one of you.
As your ladyship pleases.
Yes,
Thank you, my lady.
May it please the court, my lady.
Who is our next witness? Mr. Late?
As the court pleases, my lady, the next witness is Dr. Onoya. He did the post-mortem on on Virginia Macapela, my lady.
Okay.
The witness is available.
Yes, I can see a new face here. This is for case docket number 7.
That's correct, my lady.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning, my lady.
Nelly, sir, can you let him take the oath?
Thank you, Judge. Sir, please state your full names and surname for the record.
Thank you. My name is Eric Jungonyo Onoya.
Do you have any objections against taking the prescribed oath?
No, I do not.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do swear.
Please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
You are hereby sworn in.
Thank you, Nelly, sir.
Thank you, my lady. My
Yes,
lady,
successive case line quickly.
the witness does not have access to case lines, but I provided him with the statements that he made in the case docket. When my learned friends or the court referred to the documents, I would suggest that you refer to the actual pages, page numbers and paragraphs of the dockets that the witness will testify about. For purposes of the record, the original post-mortem is on 2616 of case lines. And then the histology report is on 2622. And then there's an addendum to the
Just a
post-mortem.
second, Mr. Late. 2616.
That's the post-mortem report.
Yes.
And then there's a histology report. That's just the next document. It's on 2622.
Yes.
And then there's an addendum in which Dr. Onoya was asked to comment on certain aspects of the post-mortem, and that is on page 2722.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my lady. May I proceed with the witness, my lady?
Yes, you may proceed.
Dr. Onoya, you heard what I just told the court about the documents that you will testify about?
Yes, I do.
Do you have all three of those documents in front of you?
Well, I have the Postmortem Report. I have Histology report. I did not have time to print out the last addendum that you sent to me over this morning. So if I have to go through it, you will give me 30 seconds to open the file on my other computer and go through it.
That is fine, Doctor. Doctor, can you just tell the court what your qualifications are?
The qualifications, eh?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, lady. I qualified as a medical doctor in 2001 at the University of Lubumbashi, which is in the south east of the Democratic Republic of Congo. And I came over to South Africa and registered with the Medical Council, South African Medical Council, in 2004. I got in 2015 from the College of Medicine of South Africa, I got a diploma in forensic pathology. In 2019, I got a fellowship in forensic pathology from the College of Medicine of South Africa. And finally, in 2021, I got a master in forensic pathology from Sefako Mahato Health Science University in Pretoria, in Swane.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Doctor, on the 15th of August 2016, at about 10:34, you performed a post-mortem on the body of a person who we now know is, sorry, my lady, is Virginia Macapela. Is that correct?
From the record in front of me here, the post-mortem was performed on the 31st of August 2016, but the dates of death, as I was informed, was on the 15th of August.
That's correct. My apologies, Doctor. And you did perform the post-mortem on this body, is that correct?
Indeed, it is correct.
And those findings that you had made during the post-mortem was then noted on a post-mortem, medical legal post-mortem report, GW715, that is now filed as A9 in the case docket. Is that correct?
From the record I have in front of me here, the post-mortem that I performed on the 31st of August 2016, as per the Sefako Mahato Oharankua Forensic Pathology Services, was recorded at GRK 747 of 2016.
That's correct, yes. Do you confirm the findings in this document that is before you?
Yes, I do. I do confirm.
Doctor, my lady, I would like to hand in this document, the post-mortem report that's found on page 2616 and further on case lines as Exhibit L1.
Is there any objection to the handing in of the post-mortem report as is contained in pages 2616 of case lines?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you very much. The post-mortem report compiled by Dr. Onoya, as is contained on page 2616, of case lines. It's handed in and marked Exhibit L1. There is some noise in the background. If please, can you please mute your mics? This is distracting our proceedings. Thank you. Proceed, Mr. Late.
Thank you. Dr. Noya, the next document that you have in front of you is a histology report, and the date of the histologic examination was the 24th of January 2017. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you do the histology examination yourself?
At the time, I was a registrar, meaning a doctor in training. So whatever we had to do as procedure, as histology procedure, had to be countersigned by the consultant.
Okay. So, according to this report,
if I may, the question, Doctor, is: did you compile the report yourself? We understand that somebody countersigned it, but who compiled this report?
Thank you, my lady. I did compile the report, my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
do you confirm the findings of your examination as it is noted in the report?
I do confirm the findings.
And you signed the report, you duly signed the report, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. My lady, may this document be handed in as Exhibit L2?
Is there any objection to the handing in of this document as it contained on page 2622 of case line?
No objection, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. This document, he called the histology report as contained on page 2622 is handed in and marked Exhibit AL2. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, I'm now going to give you the opportunity to open the other document that I forwarded to you today. My lady, that is A30 of deceased number 7, and it is found on page 2722 of case lines. Are you there, Doctor?
I think he requested that he must be afforded some time to
30 seconds, my lady.
Yes, I have the document in front of me here.
Thank you. Thank you. Is it correct that that document was prepared after being asked whether the findings in your post-mortem regarding the emaciation and the dehydration of the disease that caused the death? Is that correct?
It is correct.
You prepared this document or drafted this document, and you also signed the document, and it was...
Yes, indeed.
On the 25th of April 2017. You confirm the contents of this report?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Doctor. My lady, by this report that is found on page 2722, handed in as Exhibit L3.
Is there any objection to the handing in of this document, the addendum to the post-mortem report, as is contained on page 2722?
No objection. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pinar. The document that appears on page 2722, which is indicated as an addendum to the medical legal post-mortem report, is handed in and marked Exhibit L3. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady. Doctor, just a few questions from my side regarding the documents before you. If we look at Exhibit L1, in paragraph 4 of the post-mortem, you state the chief post-mortem findings that you made during the examination.
Yes, I need to go back to it quickly. Sorry, my lady, I just need to go back to that document quickly.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm here.
Yes.
Thank you. You said there that the body was emaciated and dehydrated.
Yes, indeed.
But we are not medical experts, doctor. You must just keep that in mind when you give your explanation. In the next paragraph, in paragraph 8, where you state the cause of death as unascertained, you state that the evidence, that's the last line before the cause of death, evidence of dehydration on internal autopsy could not be established. Can you explain what you mean by that if the body that you found was emaciated and dehydrated?
First of all, I have to apologize for the background noise. Emaciated in medical terms simply means that a person or a corpse or a body who has lost significant body weight in the order of 40% of its normal body weight. That's emaciated. Yes. And dehydrated, it simply means that a body who has lost significant amount of body fluid, to the extent that the loss of body fluid reflects on the general appearance of the body. So the external pathological features of dehydration and the internal pathological features of dehydration might be different. So on the body that I have examined, I had some clear indications, or some clear pathological indications of external dehydration without it reflecting clearly in terms of overt clear pathological features of dehydration in the internal organs. To be more explicit, I can give an example. When a body is dehydrated, the amount, as I have explained, the amount of body fluid is significantly reduced, which means that the whole body fluid volume is extremely low. And one of the first organs that suffers tremendously of a decrease in the total body fluid is the kidneys. So on the kidneys, we will find significant pathological changes in the actual structures of the kidney itself, which we did not find on the body that I have examined that day.
Thank you, Doctor. That makes it very clear. So what you say is a body might appear from externally to be dehydrated, but when you do an internal autopsy...
yes, just Mr. Late, I'm sorry to interject. I see there is a hand from Mr. Pinar. Can he just finish this point and then we get you? We deal with what you want to raise, Mr. Pinar. Mr. Pinar, you are muted.
Lady, sorry to interject, but could the witness just explain slower than what he is?
Oh, okay. Thank you very
doing
much.
at present, because we endeavoring to take notes, but it is a bit of a challenge if the doctor, with all respect, is talking at such a rate that he had been presenting his evidence. Thank you, my lady.
Okay. Doctor, we are lay people in your field. So everyone wants to understand, and you must also take into account that people are also taking notes. So when you explain these medical terms, people have to understand.
Thank you, my lady.
Okay.
I will endeavor to give some explanations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Can I then summarize that it might be that a body from the outside looks dehydrated, but when an internal autopsy is done, it might be that the organs actually are not dehydrated. Is that a feasible summary of your testimony about dehydration?
When he says dehydration was not ascertained internally.
That's correct.
Yes, if you can assist us, maybe just for us to understand, Doctor.
Thank you, my lady. So the external features in case of dehydration are more quick to appear. For instance, you will have sunken eyes, which means that around the eyes orbit, the muscle tensions around the eyes orbit will be lost. So you have eyes deeply sunken. That's one sign. And the skin elasticities will also be lost, which means that when you pinch up the skin, the time for the skin to flatten back will be reduced. So the external features of dehydration are quicker to appear rather than the internal. The internal may take slightly longer to appear because of the resistance of the cells that make certain internal organs, such as the kidneys. So the kidney cells are designed to be more resistant than the cells of the skin, for instance. So for the kidney cells to show clear features of dehydration, the process should take longer in time for clear signs of dehydration to appear, to reflect on the kidneys. But that doesn't mean that there's no dehydration within the body. It's just that the features will appear quicker externally than internally. That's my lady.
Okay, thank you very much.
If a body has been refrigerated, can it appear to be dehydrated? Is there a possibility that you can misinterpret the general appearance of the body with dehydration if it has been refrigerated?
Thank you very much for the question. When a body is refrigerated, the pattern that could appear on the corpse will not be the pattern of dehydration, but rather the pattern of low temperature. And the pattern of low temperature, mainly we find them ante-mortem. We find them on living beings. Post-mortemly, the pattern of low temperature are more difficult to find. So we normally find them on living bodies. So the signs of dehydration and the signs of low temperature are very different. So it's very difficult to confuse the two.
Thank you. You said that you cannot find that the emaciation and dehydration caused the death, but it cannot be excluded. Your internal findings of dehydration, would you say that could have been sufficient dehydration for a person to die?
Thank you very much for your question. The features of internal dehydration were not pronounced enough for me to be 100% sure that dehydration was the main cause of the passing of Miss Virginia Mapola. So that's the reason why, in my conclusion, I said an ascertain, because I did not just have enough information to conclude in those terms.
Okay.
Yeah, just hold it there, Mr. Leach. Continue.
The gangrene in both feet, can they be evident of an underlying illness?
The gangrene is a process whereby the amount of blood supplying specific organ, the amount of blood is reduced. So, but the fact that we found gangrene or necrosis or death of tissue on the victim, on the deceased, it simply means that the amount of blood supplying the toes were significantly reduced for the toes to start dying off, which is very much in line with a process of dehydration, whereby the overall volume of blood, which include blood volume, was reduced, and the first external organs that suffer from that decrease of fluid volume in the body are the extremities, means the hands and the feet. So the extremities are the first external part which suffer from a loss of body fluid. That's why we had gangrene on our deceased.
And isn't it true, doctor, that gangrene often also can also exhibit in people with diabetic people, often gets gangrene?
Yes, indeed, it does. In fact, it's the same process. The decrease of blood supply in the organs, because in people with their sugar diabetes, what happens is that because the blood vessels which supply blood to the extremities, meaning the fingers and the toes, these blood vessels are very small. They are very tiny. They have a very small caliber. And as a result, it's very easy for sugar coats to go and sit within the inner layer of the small little blood vessels, and hence decrease the amount of blood flow in the extremities. That's why you have gangrene in sugar diabetes patients.
Were you informed, or do you know whether the deceased was a diabetic?
So that's a good question. So we did not have the full background, clinical background, though we have requested it. We didn't have the full background from the place where the body came from.
So you cannot say whether she's a diabetic?
I did not have this information on the file provided to me. No, I cannot say that.
And if she was a diabetic, that could explain the gangrene to the feet, not necessarily dehydration. Am I correct in that?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Is Mr. Wadley present, or is Mr. Martin present?
I'm present, my lady. My lady, I only have just one or two questions.
Do you have questions to this witness?
Just one or two questions. Just a point of clarity on the issue of the dehydration and the necrosis.
Okay.
Doctor, I just want to try and understand. So, are you saying that if there is a dehydration, it could cause a necrosis in the extremities?
Yes, indeed. So necrosis is a clear pathological feature which has been reported in case of dehydration. Yes, indeed, yes.
And would that be the situation if somebody had an absolute denial of water, or would it be a chronic dehydration that takes place over a period of time? I ask because I would imagine that if somebody was simply denied water, they would pass away long before they suffered gangrene.
Yes, indeed. This was a result of a chronic process, something which has developed over time.
If this was in consequence of dehydration.
Mr. Pichela?
May it please you, my lady, if I may, I'm not aware of any evidence which indicates that anyone was denied water. So perhaps the learned counsel can educate us as to where he finds that document, or whether it's mere speculation on this aspect.
Mr. Martin?
Yeah, as it pleases your ladyship. My lady, what I'm doing is I'm taking the evidence that the doctor has given us, and I'm trying to understand how it would apply.
So there is no evidence in that regard. You are just trying to understand the concepts.
I'm just trying to understand the concepts, which is why the very last question that I put to him was, if dehydration was complicit in this gangrene, would it be long-term dehydration?
Okay.
So my submission is that the objection simply has no basis. But, my lady, those are my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Pichela, are you answered?
Not answered, my lady. I mean, if there's evidence that a person was denied water, that's a different consideration altogether. And that is evidence that should be pursued, because then it leads directly to the cause of death. But to speculate that what if the victim had fallen, would that have been a cause to cause their death? Or we are simply raising issues that are not there. Why can't a question be put to the witness in accordance with the evidence that is available on record, instead of speculating? Because then there's no value in the question.
Okay. Milady, what Mr. Late put to this witness is he says to the witness, there is evidence of necrosis that appears from the clinical records. He then asks the witness, what are the bases upon which this necrosis could appear? And the witness says, well, one of those bases might be if there is dehydration. It is a might, but that's one of the bases that he proposes.
Okay, just for now, if we can ask the witness to step aside so that we can debate the issue. You can just mute yourself and step aside.
Thank you, my lady.
Yes, Mr. Late. Are you with us, Mr. Late?
I'm with you, my lady.
Yes, an issue's been raised here. We have to deal with it. Is there any evidence suggesting that there was necrosis? And
yes,
according to
the post-mortem report, she had gangrene on both her feet.
Yes, but the issue. Did you hear Mr. Pichela's objection in relation to
if there is
necrosis?
Any evidence that she was for a long period not giving something to drink?
Okay, all right.
I don't think there's any problem in a question like that. The witness testified that dehydration can cause gangrene.
Okay.
And now it is important to know what kind of dehydration, long-term dehydration, or just a short-term dehydration. I think Mr. Martin's question has been answered.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Pichela, the question has been answered. It is therefore allowed. You understood how it came about. You'll have to look at the record just to get more clarification, or you can also ask the doctor when he comes back during your turn. Thank you very much. Can the doctor come back? I don't know, Mr. Late, can you call him? Because I think he went, I don't know whether he went far away or what.
I don't think we should ask the doctor to stand down because there's nobody else with him.
Okay, that's fine. It depends, because sometimes I don't like witnesses hearing what we are discussing.
Lady, I apologize. I actually had a very short power outage there, so I think it seemed like I was online, but I actually disappeared for a little bit. I'm not sure if anything further emerged, but...
Thank you, Doctor. You can come back.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know whether Ms. Govender is back or Mr. Peterson has got questions to this witness.
May it please the court, my lady. At this stage, there's no questions for the witness, but I reserve my rights.
Thank you. Mr. Pinar? Mr. Pinar, where are you?
May it please the court, my lady.
Do you have questions to the witness?
I would venture to indicate that I do have questions, my lady, but not many. And it's specifically with regard to clarification of the evidence presented by Dr. Onoya.
Okay.
May it please the court, my lady.
You may proceed.
Thank you, my lady. Dr. Onoya, just for the sake of clarity, I'm Advocate Pina, appearing on behalf of one of the prior sequential witnesses that have been called in this inquest. But I'm going to endeavour to put limited questions to you in your field of expertise to gain clarity. That's the purpose of my questions to you, Dr. Onoya, sorry. You shaking your head condescending, but please just, are you with me? Have you followed what I've just put to you, Dr. Onoya?
Yes, I followed you very clearly, and I agree with you. I agree with you fully.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Onoya, just to come back to the findings that you made and the conclusion you arrived at your post-mortem examination. Firstly, you noted that the deceased showed signs of emaciation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the signs of emaciation that you noted, were they only external or also internally?
So emaciation is an external finding. So we see emaciation externally.
Now, Doctor, if I understood your evidence correctly, you also did or performed an internal examination of the deceased during your post-mortem examination. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And during your internal examination, did you also discern signs of emaciation?
If I may repeat myself, Advocate, emaciation is an external finding. It's not it's not something that you can find internally, and you notably, clarify emaciation by weighing a person or weighing a body or a corpse. So if you look at page 2, you will see that we've weighed the body. So the body weighed 35 kilos.
Dr. Onoya, may I just interrupt you? Please give everybody the opportunity, just a bit slower, to take notes. And also for the ladyship, the court, please.
No, I'm fine myself. I think now he is a bit slower now.
Yes.
Yes, you may proceed.
Please, the court, my lady.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, my lady. So I was trying to clarify the concept of emaciation to the advocate. So I was telling him that if you turn my report to the second page on the top, you will see that we have measured the body, okay, and we took the body's weight. The body weighed 35 kilograms for a height of 1.5 meter. So the reason why we assess these parameters is essentially to determine the BMI, which is the body mass index. The body mass index gives us a clear scientific value of the state of a person's nutrition. So in this case, if you consider the height 1.5, with a weight of 35 kilograms, it will give you a body mass index, if you calculate according to our standard, of less than 16. So a BMI or body mass index of less than 15 or less than 16 falls under severe malnutrition. And severe malnutrition leads to emaciation. Emaciation is an important loss of body tissue, loss of body muscles. That's emaciation. And to get to the BMI of less than 16, it's a significant loss of body muscles.
Doctor, if I may just cap it. So, do I understand you correctly in what the explanation that you've just presented to the court, that you discerned signs of malnutrition as being responsible for the emaciation?
That's correct.
And if I may refer further in this regard, malnutrition has reference to the care the deceased had been subjected to. Would that be correct?
I will not say that, advocate. So all I can say, and I think the reason why I was called to this court was to put forth and to clarify the findings, the objective findings that I made during my examination. So what I saw, what I have observed, what I have examined on that body was that there was severe loss of muscle, severe malnutrition, which led to a BMI of less than 16.
Would I be correct, doctor, in medical terms now, speaking as a layman, if there had been proper nutrition, you would not have expected to find the clear signs of malnutrition and emaciation or that you've noted on your post-mortem report. Is that correct?
My lady, before the witness answer.
Just a second for me, please. I'll assist you. I'm just taking notes. Mr. Pitalo?
Please, my lady. My lady, I have a problem with that question because the witness has already testified that he basically does not know the circumstances beyond the time when he performed the autopsy. Now you're asking him to speculate about things that fall outside of his knowledge. You are speaking about theoretic causes of illness or causes of emaciation or malnutrition or whatever, but there is no evidence to that effect. And that is problematic because now you are soliciting evidence from a witness based on theories and not facts. If the fact are that Ms. Makapela was mistreated or malnourished on the basis that she was not being fed or she was not given water, then that is an aspect that can be explored. But now to say malnutrition because there was signs of this and could have been that and could have been that, we are now entering the realm of speculation.
Mr. Pinar?
With all due respect, my lady, and with all due respect to my learned friend, we are not venturing upon the realm of speculation. We've got direct best evidence from the learned doctor, Dr. Anoyo, on his finding, his post-mortem findings, my lady. That's not speculation. What has been put to Dr. Anoyo in cross-examination is questions to clarify what such findings could relate to. And that, with all due respect, is the explanation that Dr. Anoyo has been presenting, which appears from his post-mortem report and to a certain extent is supported by the histology report and the subsequent addendum. So therefore, it's not speculation, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pina.
And
I think just a second. I think that's enough, Mr. Pina.
Please, the court, my lady.
Ms. Bandlender, I was just about to give a ruling. Let me hear you.
Yes, my lady, to the extent that it assists the court, in the addendum to the post-mortem report, which is found at 2722, the court will note that, in fact, this is not speculation at all. The last paragraph of the addendum says very specifically that Dr. Anoyo, he says, I have no doubt whatsoever that severe malnutrition, dehydration, and gangrene were definitely major contributors in the demise of the patient. So it's not about speculation, as Mr. Pitlela is suggesting. This is all documented in the various reports, which I'll deal with more in my cross-examination. Thank you, my lady.
I will allow this question because, in my view, this is for clarification purposes. Mr. Pitlela, you want to say something? I see your hand is still up.
My lady, the reason why I refer to this as speculation is because Annex Child 3, in paragraph 3, a similar question was posed to the witness. Now, he indicates that it could be due to high rate of metabolism wasting, diseases such as cancer and tuberculosis, therapy due to illness, severe malnutrition, hunger strike, and neglect. So he has mentioned different sources or potential sources that could have led to this condition of being emaciated. So to put him to one and say, why don't you put all of them to him and let him indicate with certainty that this was the cause of the malnutrition or the emaciation? The witness could not say in his own report, in his affidavit, what the direct cause could be. So for my learned senior counsel to put it to the witness, only one aspect to say it's only severe malnutrition could be the cause of this condition. I think that one, my lady.
I've considered your submissions, and in my view, I'm going to allow this question. We've got an expert here. He's well aware of what he has reported in this report. Let him answer the questions to clarify us. These questions are only for clarification purposes, where you feel, or the concerns that you have, where you feel that you have problems on the issue of speculation. You'll deal with that when you cross-examine the witness. I take it that this is only for clarification purposes. We have got the reports here, isn't it? And it is also for the benefit of the others, as we are all not well conversant with the field of medicine. Thank you.
I'll refer to your leadership.
Okay. You may proceed, Mr. You had just asked a question. If you can repeat that question, Mr. Pinar, and let the witness answer.
Lady, with all due respect, I can't remember exactly the question that I did put, but so if my lady...
If I may assist...
Yes, my lady, I'd appreciate.
If there had been proper nutrition, there wouldn't have been any clear signs of emaciation, and malnutrition. That was something along those lines.
That's correct, my lady. Is that correct, doctor?
Thank you for your question, advocate, and I think it's a good question. A normal human being doesn't just lose weight. We don't just lose weight, and even more, we do not just lose weight to the extent of becoming emaciated. So when a person loses more than 10% of his usual body weight, for doctors, it's only a concern. It's only a problem. So we have to investigate deeper and try to understand why all of a sudden a person, and moreover an adult, not an old person or not a child, will all of a sudden start losing weight. In the case of the body that I have examined, it is clear that with a BMI of less than 16, as I have indicated before, that the person lost more than 40% of her usual body weight. So what does it mean? It simply means that there are a couple of reasons, medical reasons, why a person would lose such a huge amount of weight. And during my assessment, I made sure that all the clinical, all the objective, medical reasons or causes which can cause such an important loss of weight are being addressed. That's why you will see that in paragraph 4 of page 1 in my conclusion, I clearly stated and I say that no infective processes were found during my examination. Why did I mention this? Because one of the most important medical cause of such an important loss of weight is TB, tuberculosis. Tuberculosis can lead to such a huge amount of lost weight. And during my examination, both, like we said in medical term, macroscopically, meaning that when you see the body, macroscopically and during the anatomical pathology examination with the slide, there was no evidence of tuberculosis. So that was excluded. That's number one. Number two, the reason why we did an extensive histology examination was to try to prove or not that there was cancer. So we have assessed extensively from brain, we have all the way down to the kidneys, and we did not find an overt pathological feature of cancer. So these two group of causes can already be excluded. So infective diseases are excluded and neoplasm cancer are also excluded. So what stays behind as the only big factor which could lead to such a huge amount of lost weight? From the country that I have examined the body, excluding infective processes and excluding neoplasm, the one which appeared to be more contributory, okay, which make more sense, it's probably malnutrition, because these are the three big causes of a person to lose such a huge amount of weight. So we have removed neoplasm cancer, we have removed infective processes such as TB. So the major one, the biggest one, is the malnutrition.
May it please the court, my lady.
Yes,
so,
thank you.
Dr. Onoya, if I understand you correctly, except for the malnutrition, other reasonable, possible causes were considered, were investigated, and the conclusion, your final conclusion after the physical post-mortem examination, after the histology analyses had been made, was the conclusion you had arrived at referring to malnutrition and dehydration. Would that be correct?
The conclusion I arrived to was that malnutrition or ill nutrition and dehydration were significant contributing factors to the process of which has led the person to demise. So in the addendum, I spoke about metabolic disease, such as diabetes. And the reason why I have raised the aspect of metabolic disease is exactly because I did not have the background of the full history on the victim, on the deceased. So I wanted to be nuanced in my conclusion because of that lack of little piece of information. But what I can say for sure, certainly, is that I have excluded infective processes. There was no TB in there. I have excluded neoplastic or malignant or cancerous processes. They were not there. What I could clearly establish is that pathologically I had clear pathological signs of ill nutrition and of dehydration. That I have. So that's why I say contributory, because maybe there could be a history of diabetes. Maybe there could be. Maybe there could be a history of HIV as well, because I did not have that background. But definitely dehydration and malnutrition were a significant part in the whole process.
Thank you, Doctor. May it please the court, my lady. Now, having reference to the gangrenous progression that you found in the lower extremities, being the feet of the deceased. Sorry, my lady, I see you're not on camera.
No, she's not. I think she's been cut off.
Maybe we should just bear for a few minutes. I'm sure her ladyship will be returning soon.
Counsel, I'll just check in with the judge. Just give us a second.
Thank you, Ms. Madonsela. We shall do so.
The judge just has technical issues right now, but she'll connect as soon as she's sorted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Madonsela.
Yes, my apologies for that. Can I quickly go back to case line? Mr. Pina, you may proceed.
May it please the court, my lady. Doctor.
The doctor was busy giving evidence, answering your question. I think when my screen was frozen.
That's correct, my lady. I was in the process of putting a next question when your ladyship experienced the difficulties. So I'll just repeat.
But I thought he was still explaining himself. He had not yet finished. I'm no longer sure now.
No, my lady, the kind doctor had completed to the answer to my question.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. Then
prior to your ladyship experiencing difficulties. And then I was in the process of putting the next question when we experienced the difficulty, my lady.
Continue.
Doctor, if maybe just for purpose of refreshing your mind, my last question to you was with regard to the extremities being the feet of the deceased, where you noted the development of gangrene. Do you recollect that?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, the signs of gangrene, was that present in both feet of the deceased?
Yes, they were.
And were the signs of gangrene clearly noticeable?
They were quite patent.
Doctor, just
go slow.
The signs of gangrene were clear.
So I just want clarity. If you refer to patent, could you just explain exactly what you mean by that, Doctor?
By patent, I simply mean advocates that the signs of gangrene were well established, were clear, they were overt, you could not miss them.
Continue.
Now, Doctor, I'm going to put this to you in a hypothetical manner, but the deceased was a medical healthcare patient. Were you aware of that fact?
I learned that as time, yes, I knew about it afterwards, yes, I knew.
Now, where a patient, same as the deceased, is in a healthcare facility, is it a requirement that such patients be washed or cleaned daily?
It is one of the nursing processes. Yeah, yes, indeed.
And
just a second.
Sorry, my lady.
I didn't pick up the response.
Thank you, my lady. The question from the advocate was that when a patient is in healthcare, is it a requirement that they should be washed or cleaned? My answer, my lady, was yes, indeed. It's a nursing requirement to make sure that the patients are cleaned every day.
Yes.
Now, Doctor, during the washing or cleaning process, are the feet included in that?
Thank you, Advocate.
I interrupted this point, and my apologies for doing so, both to the witness, Dr. Anoya, and to my learned friend, Mr. Pinar. The present witness is an expert in forensic pathology. I submit, with the greatest of respect, to Dr. Anoya that comments about what proper nursing care would be and what should be done in a facility such as a mental health care facility do not fall within the ambit of forensic pathology. I submit this goes beyond the doctor's expertise, and it is not proper to address questions of this nature to him.
Yes, Mr. Late, and then Mr. Pilar will reply.
I would like to add to that, my lady. The washing and cleaning of a patient, certainly something that this court can take also judicial notice of. It's not necessary for anybody to testify regarding the bodily care of anybody who's whether it's in a hospital or a NGO, whatever. It's common sense. It's something that this court can take judicial notice of, really.
Thank you. Mr. Pina?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect to my learned friends.
Okay, I'm going to request that you lower your hands because
Sorry, my
I
lady.
didn't know whether there are other counsel who want to make submissions. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pina.
May it please the court, my lady, and with all due respect to my learned friends, I'm not venturing into a realm and requiring from Dr. Anoya as a forensic pathologist to explain what the procedures or processes are of care that has to be conducted. But what I am endeavouring to attain, my ladyship, is clarity, having regard to the fact that Dr. Anoya said the gangrene presented patently. So my next question would have reached finality on this aspect, my lady, without requiring Dr. Anoya to venture into the field of expertise of nursing. And it's for that limited reason that I've proceeded with this question, my lady.
Mr. Late, do you want to say something?
Then why don't Mr. Pina just ask the question, would this gangrene have been clearly visible to the nursing staff? That is obviously the question that he wanted to ask. Why didn't he ask the question?
Yes.
Why go all around and all around and all around?
Mr. Pina, can you go straight to the question? The issues have been raised. We are all well aware that Dr. Anoya's expertise is only in the laboratory, pathological, so we shouldn't venture there. Can you just go straight to the point and close your questions in regard to this aspect of gangrene?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect,
just a second, Mr. Pina. I'm allowing you to go to your next question. That is why I'm just saying, please guard against following the previous line of cross-examination. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady, I've noted your ladyships.
Yes, just continue and then come up with the direct question that you wanted, which goes to where you want to go, Mr. Pina.
As the court pleases, my lady. Dr. Anoya, would I be correct? I'm going to put the question directly. The gangrene that presented itself patently would or should have been noted by whoever was caring for the deceased. Would that be correct?
Well, all I can say, advocate, is that I have established the fact that I saw on the body, okay, and my observation on the deceased was that the deceased had clearly established, well visible necrotic process or gangrene going on the toes, and this process was quite advanced because it was visible. That's what I can say on your question.
Continue.
Thank you, my lady. Ms. Dr. Anoya, or let me put it rather this way. Necrosis or necrosis of the tissue, could that lead to septicemia?
Most definitely.
Yes.
And once septicemia has developed, is that a serious complication for a patient or a person that's has malnutrition and severe dehydration?
There is a hand here before the witness answers. Mr. Pitlela?
My lady, maybe allow me to extend my apology to my learned senior counsel. I have not been able to detect anywhere where they speak of septicemia in respect of this, in respect of Ms. Macapella. So if maybe the learned counsel could assist in that regard, to refer to that document which speaks of septicemia being part of the conditions that the victim was suffering from.
Okay. Mr. Pinar, Mr. Late?
May it please the court, my lady. I did not say there was septicemia. My question was, could
that lead to?
That's correct, my lady. It's not stated as a positive fact. It is put in order to have clarity what the result could be of necrosis and gangrene.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Late, do you want to say something?
Yes, my lady. I agree with Mr. Pitlela. Where is Mr. Pinar going? It can lead to anything. It's like asking a doctor whether stress can lead to a heart attack. There's nothing that indicates that there was septicemia in this patient. So why go there? As the court pleases.
Mr. Pinar, Mr. van Bergen, before I come to you, let me take, I think Mr. Pinar can go first. Mr. van Bergen.
Thank you, my lady. My lady, I support what my learned friend Mr. Late has raised. This witness has already testified that he excluded infective processes. Septicemia is an infective process. So I submit that on that reason alone, the exploration of the presence or not of septicemia should not be allowed because it has already been excluded, as your ladyship pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Pinar?
May it please the court, my lady, with all due respect, the question is not directed in order to determine this as an additional cause of death.
But where are we going with this line of questioning, Mr. Pinar?
My lady, with all due respect, it reflects and it could reflect adversely on the nature of treatment. I do believe further evidence might be presented in this inquest to your ladyship regarding treatment received at care institutions, be it NGOs or hospitals, etc., my lady. And it's on that basis that the question is being put, my lady. I am not in any manner trying to intimate that this was indeed the case. That's why the manner in which I framed the question, my lady. And we must keep in mind, with all due respect, my lady, this inquest, not all the witnesses have testified prior to Dr. Anoya testifying. So it may be, I do not say it will be, my lady, but there's a reasonable possibility that it may come to the fore at a later stage, and now that evidence can then be utilized in subsequent cross-examination of those witnesses, my lady, for no other reason.
There are more hands here. Can I hear Mr. Martin, and then from there Mr. Late, and then
as it pleases your ladyship. My lady, this
there is
witness.
a new issue. Mr. Pinar will be afforded the opportunity to respond. Mr. Martin?
As it pleases. My lady, the witness has been brought on to give evidence about what he observed in his examination.
Correct.
So I can accept that there can be some questioning about his observations, what it might mean. It might be put to him that certain conclusions could or could not be drawn. But what this witness cannot be is an instrument to speculate far beyond what he expressly observed and understood in his post-mortem of this particular witness. He's not here for general medical knowledge. He's not here for general medical expertise. That's not his point, as it pleases.
Thank you. Mr. Late?
I want to agree with Mr. Martin in this respect, my lady. This witness testifies about one of the deceased. There is medical evidence going to be laid regarding each and every deceased where the cause of death was suspect. There's absolutely no indication of septicemia, and it's clearly that Mr. Pino is going on a fishing expedition by his own words, by saying that it might happen that this happened and it might happen that this happened. That is clearly a fishing expedition, my lady. I would suggest that the question may not be allowed as a court, please.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pinar, I'm not going to allow this line of questioning. We do not have positive evidence regarding these aspects that you are raising. Can you move to the next point?
Lady, may I just respond to the vociferous objections?
Okay, you can, but if then I'm just asking myself because I don't think there's any new issue that has been raised. You can.
Lady, with all due respect, should it become necessary in future, I would, if deemed meet, approach your ladyship. I don't say it will happen, my lady. I'm just mentioning or putting this in your ladyship's midst, that I be granted then the indulgence, if needs be, my lady, to request that Dr. Anoya be recalled as a witness in order to address certain issues. But at this stage, I will accept, I will not proceed with my cross-examination in this manner further, except for one or two further simple issues I want to raise with Dr. Anoya, my lady.
Okay, you can continue with whatever, Mr. Pinar. Should that situation arise, the court will deal with it. Continue.
I'm indebted to your ladyship. Dr. Anoya.
Late, can you just lower your hand, please? I don't know whether you want to raise another issue. Thank you. Continue, Mr. Pinar.
May it please the court, my lady. Dr. Anoya, we have discerned now from your evidence that the gangrene was patently visible. Was the emaciation clearly visible?
Thank you, Advocate. No emaciated human being or body can be missed. When the body or a living being is emaciated, it will be visible to everyone. So emaciation is a process whereby there's such a huge amount of muscle loss that you cannot miss it. It's impossible.
Thank you.
Dr. Anoya, where there is a condition of dehydration, is that visible or would it not be so clearly visible?
There are some aspects of dehydration which are clearly visible, such as sunken eyes, when the eyes are deeply sunken, or when the lips are dry. These are clearly visible features of emaciation. So in this case, the case that I have examined, we had...
Sorry, Dr. Anoya.
Dehydration.
Yes, dehydration. Yes, so in the case I have examined, there was a clearly visible feature of dehydration, which was sunken eyes. So the eyes were so deeply sunken that it was almost difficult to miss such finding.
Yes.
May it please the court, my lady. Thank you, Dr. Anoya, for the clarification you have presented. I have no further questions. Thank you, my lady.
Thank you, Mr. Pinaar. Mr. van Bergen, do you have questions to the witness?
Thank you, my lady. I don't have questions at this point in time, but should it become necessary from evidence that may be presented subsequent from now, I may reserve the right to question at that point, as your ladyship please.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody? I saw Ms. Batlinda is present. Do you have questions to the witness?
Thank you, my lady. I do have some questions. Dr. Anoya, good morning. My name is Nasreen Batlinda. I represent the families of 44 of the deceased people that are at issue in this inquest, as well as the South African Anxiety and Depression Group. One of the families that we represent is the family of Virginia Magapela, who you did the post-mortem on. So I would just like to ask you a few questions based on your findings. Okay. Dr. Anoya, let's just start. We've heard a lot this morning about what may or may not have been the condition of Ms. Magapela. So let's just start with, I just want to take you to a couple of documents and get your response to that as it relates to your findings. I know that you don't have case lines, so I'm going to ask my attorney, Ms. Stevenson, just to try and share her screen if I refer a document to you that's not what you have before you. Is that okay?
No problem.
Okay, good. So I want to take you first to page 2669, which will come up on your screen shortly. We'll just give her a minute to pull it up. Yes. Okay. Do you see that, Dr. Anoya?
Yes, I do.
Good. All right. You can't see the top. Well, the top of the page seems to be cut off. But if you go up, in fact, to the page before, 2668, you'll see that what this is an evaluation of the degree of care required for a resident. You see that?
Yes, I do. Okay.
I don't want you to comment on whether this is correct or not. I just want to put this to you and then I'll ask you some questions arising from it. So you'll see on this page and the one that follows that there's an evaluation done of several factors, the mobility of the patient, personal hygiene, etc. And each factor has to be ranked from 1 to 3. And you'll see on the right-hand side that it explains under, for example, mobility, it says 0. So if you were to rank the patient 0, that would mean that the patient moves independently. If you were to rank them 1, it would mean that the patient moves with the aid of an appliance or needs some assistance. And then if you move lower down, a ranking of 3 would mean that the patient is totally dependent and immobile. Do you see that?
Yes, Advocate, I can see that.
Okay, so you'll see in relation to Ms. Magapela that as we scroll through this page in respect of mobility, personal hygiene, which is washing of face, brushing teeth, baths and shower, brushing hair, etc. They're all 3s. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And that essentially means that she could not do any of those things. Do you understand me correctly?
Yes, I do understand.
All right. Now, okay. I want you then to please look at page 2660. I'm not sure if you can see the whole page, but we'll scroll through. You can see it? Good. I just want you to look at what's effectively, you've got the date on the top and then some observations of blood pressure, etc. And underneath that, it says not on medication, sometimes refuses food, but encouraged to eat, clinically stable. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. These form part of the clinical records that are in the docket in these proceedings on Ms. Magapela. Okay. Now, thank you. Dr. Noya, the next thing I want you just to look at is, well, let me ask you this way. Some of the suggestions put to you this morning were that one of the causes of the gangrene, for example, that you found on the deceased could have been diabetes. You recall that?
Yes, indeed.
All right. In light of what I've showed you, it appears to me clear that no diabetes was recorded in the clinical records of Ms. Magapela and that she was on no medication. Would you agree with that?
From the notes that I'm seeing here, I do not see any evidence of that. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Now, let's go to the Post-Mortem Report, which is page 2616. You will have it before you, I think, as L1.
Okay.
You'll tell us when you're ready. I think we can stop sharing the screen. If I need to refer you to other documents, we'll do that. There we go. Thank you. So, Dr. Noya, on your post-mortem report, we've been through this now a few times. So I don't want to go over anything that others have already been on, but you listed emaciation, dehydration, and gangrene on both feet of the deceased. And then if you look at the second page of your report, that's 2617, you've got a schedule of observations. You see that?
Yes, Advocate.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple of questions on those observations. You described to us earlier on that Ms. Magapela was 1.5 meters in height and 35 kilograms in weight. And you've recorded that here. You see that?
Yes, indeed, Advocate.
And you told us that she was underweight. Now, I want to understand, you also referred to BMI as an indication of a body, what a normal body weight is. As I understand it, you categorized Ms. Magapela as being underweight, correct?
Correct.
Now, we are, as my lady explained, we are lay persons in this field. So I want you just to explain to us, is there a difference between someone being emaciated and someone being thin?
Someone being?
Thin.
Yes, okay, that's a good question. Yes, there is a big difference.
Doctor. Just a second. Continue. Maybe respond.
Go ahead, doctor. Is there a difference between someone being emaciated and someone being thin?
Yes, okay, there's a big difference between the two.
What is the difference?
The difference is that someone being emaciated will have a very low body mass index in the order of less than 16. But you can be thin and having a body mass index above 16. So in which case you will not be emaciated. And emaciation has clear clinical features, which are very different from being thin. Emaciation, for instance, you will have, what we call a concave appearance of the abdomen, whereby the abdomen will be completely concave from the costal margin all the way down to the iliac crest, and the bones of the iliac crest will be prominent on the side like wings. So on the chest, you'll have very prominent ribs. So it's as if you have just skin on top of the bones. That's emaciation, which are features that you do not see on people who are thin. So on people who are thin, you might not see this skin appearance on ribs. They still have some flesh, they still have some soft tissue, they still have some adipose tissue, which is covering the bones, but just not enough. Emaciation, almost the complete amount of adipose tissue and muscles is deeply wasted. That's the nuance.
Yes. So if your post-mortem report records that this deceased was emaciated, can we then take it that all of those signs that you just described, the ribs, the wings, the stretching of the skin, all of those things would have been present in this deceased?
So when a pathologist refer to the term emaciation with the BMI, as I have indicated, yes, that's what you see when you talk about emaciation. That's the pathological content of the term emaciation.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Now, if you just stay on that page, 2617, you also made a finding, or you reported in your post-mortem that you found that the deceased was dehydrated. And we've talked a lot about that this morning. I want to just ask you just some specifics. If you look at paragraph 7 on that page of your post-mortem report, it says orbital, nasal, and oral cavities. Do you see that?
That is now 2617.
Yes, thank you, my lady. 2617. And I'm referring the witness to paragraph 7.
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. So, Dr. Noya, you see in paragraph 7, you say deep sunken eye due to dehydration was noted on both sides with loss of the intraocular tension. Now, as I understood your evidence, you indicated to the court that with dehydration, one would see or expect to see the external signs of dehydration before the internal signs, correct?
Yes, it's more. The external signs are quicker to be seen than the internal one, indeed. Yes. Yes,
I understand it. So, does that have a link, or can you make a link then between how long the dehydration had been going on for, if the only signs you could see were external?
Well, I will not really speculate in terms of clinical knowledge, but when one gets to the point where you have a loss of intraocular tension, it must have been for a couple of weeks already.
Okay. So intraocular tension, as we saw in this deceased, we had dehydration for a few weeks before the death.
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, you also said that in your evidence that the dehydration, the emaciation, let's just talk specifically about dehydration, because I think this was your evidence. You said that it wasn't sufficiently obvious for you to conclude with 100% clarity that the dehydration caused the death. Am I summarizing your evidence correctly?
When we refer to the dehydration on internal organs, yes. Okay. On internal organs, yes.
Of internal organs.
Okay. Yes, my lady.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you just to clarify that answer, Dr. Noya. So I thought you'd said that there was not. Am I understanding you correctly that what you now say is that if there was internal dehydration or dehydration of internal organs, you would have been more ready to conclude that caused the death?
Yes, absolutely. Because as I had explained before, one of the key organ which suffers first when we have low fluid volume are the kidneys. I did not have during my examination features of kidney failure. I had glomerulosclerosis, which is something different altogether, but I did not have features of kidney failure.
Yes. And in the same report at page 2619, so that's the last page where you sign.
Remember, this is a case line number.
Yes.
The last page that he signed, okay?
Yes, 2619, my lady.
Yes, I'm there.
In that
that is your last page, doctor, the last page that you signed. Yes.
Yes, my lady, I'm there.
Thank you. So despite everything you've just told us, you say that evidence of malnutrition and dehydration as cause of death could not be established but should not be ruled out. You see that?
That is under additional observations.
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yes, and you stand by that?
Yes, I do stand by that, yes.
Okay. Now, I just want you to please, I'm going to take you back to page 2617, which is the second page of that report. And you'll note, I just want you to explain to us, under the heading chest, there's paragraph 11. Mediastinum and esophagus. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
Can I go?
Yes, indeed.
Judge, it's page 261.
Yes, I'm there. Under chest.
Yes, under chest, paragraph
11.
That's right, my lady.
Yes.
There you've noted partially digested food was found in the esophagus. You see that?
Yes, advocate, I can see that.
Is that unusual? Can you explain to us what you conclude from that?
That's a very good question. So unless the deceased was regurgitating before he or she demised, you can indeed see some, partially digested food in the esophagus. But in the case that I have examined, the food that I saw in the esophagus, they were not chewed enough for that kind of food to be found in the esophagus. What I saw in that esophagus is as if this food was being tried to be pushed into the esophagus a couple of minutes before she demised. So she did not have time to chew properly that food, to masticate properly that food, for that food to be swallowed all the way down to the stomach. Because the way she looked like, the emaciation, it must have been a patient who was so weak that even chewing would have become almost difficult for her. This kind of patient would be normally placed in a nasogastric tube to feed them with a syringe. But there, it wasn't food that you could push in with the NGT, with the nasogastric tube. It was raw food which was pushed into that esophagus. That's what I want to mention on a particular point. Yes.
Would you have been able to see if there was nasal tube feeding inserted in this patient? Would that be something you would have been able to see?
She did not have any nasogastric tube. Otherwise, I would have mentioned it as well. She did not have any nasogastric tube.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor. And we know from some of the information that I read to you when we began that this patient could do very little for herself, including feeding herself. You recall that evidence that I took you to?
Yes, indeed.
And would that further support what you've just told us about food being pushed down her esophagus?
Absolutely.
Okay. Doctor, I want to now take you to the addendum to your post-mortem report. Now that you should also have, we called it Exhibit L3, and it's at page 2722. I see there's an objection, my lady. There's a hand up from Mr. Martin.
Thank you, my lady. It's not an objection. It's just I think that there was a question a little bit earlier that I'm not sure that the answer was to the actual question. I think if I understood Ms. Rajab Bandalenta properly, she asked whether or not the doctor would have been able to ascertain whether or not this patient had been fed with a nasal gastric tube. And he said that he couldn't find one on her, otherwise he would have noted it. I think the question may have been slightly different, and if I'm wrong, I'm sorry. But I think the question was, is he able to observe whether or not in her time at the care center she had been fed with a nasal gastric tube? Would he be able to observe whether that had been happening? If I misunderstood, I'm sorry, but I understood there was that
before the doctor response, can we hear Ms. Badlenda?
Yes, thank you, my lady. I think Mr. Martin is right. There was a subtle that wasn't answered. I left it because I think that is evidence that we will put to witnesses that come after this, because I can take Dr. Noya to the documents which show that there's no evidence of any nasal feeding that took place.
Okay,
but I
so
want
you were satisfied with the answer?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Martin, there you are. Thank you.
Thank you, my lady.
Thank you. Yes,
All
can
right.
we move then?
Dr. Noya, so we now want to go to the addendum to your report, which is page 2722. Have you got that?
Yes, I do have it.
Okay. Now, let's start. This addendum is dated 25 April 2017, and I see that on the last page, the second page of this report. And your first report was 21 February 2017. Is that correct?
Correct, advocate.
Okay, so the addendum was prepared about 2 months later. Now, I want you just to start by having a look at the first 2 paragraphs of this addendum and just refreshing your memory on those 2 paragraphs. And I'll just give you a minute to look at that, and then I'll ask you some questions. And in fact, if you could look at the first sentence of paragraph 3 as well, that will help us, or even the whole of paragraph 3, that will help us as we move forward.
Yes.
All right. Now, you mentioned that it was 2 months later that you provided this addendum. Can you just tell us why was an addendum required?
The addendum came to me as a request from the National Public Prosecutor, because they wanted to have some clarification, as I have mentioned, on the cause of death. Yes. So that's the reason why I wrote the addendum.
Okay. And can you read us the first paragraph of paragraph 3, which is where you summarize what clarification was required?
The question addressed to me was to clarify whether or not the dehydration and gangrene suffered by the patient was due to lack of care, and whether or not it contributed to her death.
Okay, that's so. So the purpose of the addendum that we're about to look at was for you to clarify essentially contributors towards death, and whether lack of care was part of that. Now, in the process of cross-examination this morning, there was an objection from Mr. Pihlela, who asked, who referred to this paragraph as a reference to the fact that there were multiple possible causes that you list here. And he referred to, I think, high rate metabolism, wasting diseases such as cancer, tuberculosis, therapeutic illnesses. You see that. Now, as I understand your report in paragraph 3, and I want you just to clarify, tell me if I'm correctly summarizing your conclusion in paragraph 3. As I understand it, you say that you considered all of those things, but that histological, and I'm reading at the bottom of the first, histological and toxicological examinations conducted in the current were pretty much insignificant. Therefore, organic illness as cause of death in the present case cannot be considered. Is that a correct summary of your conclusions? And if you'd like to explain, you're welcome to do so.
Yes, it's a correct conclusion it summarizes well what I meant to explain.
Okay. So you've excluded all of those things as possible causes or contributors of death.
Yes, the one that I had information on, the one on which I worked on, I have completely excluded those. Yes. Okay.
And you mentioned sudden death in eating disorders, and you attached an article dealing with sudden death eating disorders. It seems to me, and I'd like your comment on this, we know that Ms. Magapela was diagnosed with dementia, and we also know, as we've already been through, that she was physically unable to do much for herself, including is all of that consistent with an eating disorder? Do you still think that eating disorder?
Just a second, we cannot hear you properly. I don't know from whose side. If you can just mute your mics.
My lady,
I don't know whose dogs are those.
I think it's the witnesses. It's coming from the witness, but
you see, I don't know whether it's from his side or it could be from your side.
I can hear you, my lady.
All right.
Am I not?
Yes, you are audible, my lady.
Okay. There was a sound in your. I thought it was from your background, where the barking of dogs were there. So I don't know, because we couldn't hear anything. Mr. Martin, do you want to say something or?
No, my lady, I don't. I'm sorry, my hand was
just
historically up. I'm putting it down.
Yes, continue, Mr.
I'm just going to reframe the question, my lady, just so we clear. So Dr. Noya, you mentioned the sudden death in eating disorders, and you attach an article, see? And what I want to know is, having showed you all of that evidence about Ms. Magapela's condition, that she wasn't able to feed herself, that she was wheelchair bound, etc., could do very little physically for herself. Are those things consistent with an eating disorder? Does that link to your emaciation finding?
When I say an eating disorder, first, eating disorder, it's a psychiatric condition. She was in a psychiatric institution, I guess, and we should have been well established by the consulting doctors. The reason why I have linked this article, this finding, to my addendum was that the process that leads to death in case of eating disorder and the process that leads to death in case of a person who was ill-nourished, the end result is the same. The end result is the same. So they die with the same mechanism. The heart slows down. They are dehydrated, which causes hypotension, and the heart just stops. Bradycardia, hypotension, arrhythmia, it just stops. So they are the same processes.
I see.
Yes, yeah. So I did not want to show here, to demonstrate here that she had an eating disorder, but the findings that I found on her were those which could be related to eating disorder end result, end product. That's the reason why I wanted to show this, that's why I came up with this article. But the point was not to demonstrate that you have an eating disorder, whether otherwise you would have been diagnosed by your own psychiatrist. No, the point was to demonstrate that the end result, the possible mechanism, the most probable mechanism that led to her demise were probably a process or cardiovascular dysfunction, which is the end result of an eating problem.
I understand. It's very clear.
Just a second, the sound is back.
Yes, I think it was just some passing noise.
Okay.
Dr. Noya, when the noise stops, you can turn your mute off again.
Yes, continue.
Yes, I could.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Noya. Now, I just want to finish off with this addendum. Let's look at the last page of the addendum, which is page 2723. I want you to look at the top paragraph. You'll tell me when you have it.
I see. Just it doesn't want to download anymore.
That's okay. I can read it to you if it helps.
Yeah, you can read it for me, please.
Sure, I'll read it to you. So at the last paragraph of your addendum, you say the following. The main findings during autopsy, as mentioned above, were those of emaciation with dehydration complicated with gangrene. Moreover, possible argument of loss of appetite by the patient, hunger strike, should be discarded as alternative feeding methods exist and should be available in any frail care institution. Considering all information available to me in this particular case, I have no doubt whatsoever that severe malnutrition, dehydration, and gangrene are definitely major contributors in the demise.
Oh, this is going to affect our record. If you can just stop, I think the noise is back.
Yes, I see Dr. Noya has muted himself, so I'll just read that last bit again for the record. Considering all information available to me in this particular case, I have no doubt whatsoever that severe malnutrition, dehydration, and gangrene were definitely major contributors in the demise of the patient. This should be considered within a context of neglect. Okay, Dr. Noya, you recall that paragraph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, can you just explain to me what did you mean by this should be considered within a context of neglect?
Well, that will pretty much summarize my view on this, because I took into consideration the whole picture as it presented before me. I did, an evaluation, and I came up with what we term, in medical term, possible differential diagnosis. And I worked through this differential diagnosis, which included, like, as I have said, infectious diseases, cancers, and all these things. And I have excluded all these differential diagnosis. So the question that I stayed with was that if I have excluded all this differential diagnosis, so what do I have concretely, tangibly in my hands now as I'm dealing with the case? So when I came, my answer was simple. I had evidence before me. The evidence was that I had this deeply emaciated body, which was deeply dehydrated. I have non-meaningful histological and toxicological finding. So the first group, the prominent cause of this person demising could only be linked to her condition of emaciation and dehydration. And my next question was, she was supposedly in a medical institution, in a frail care facility. Is it possible to have a patient in a frail care facility, where we have all the package, the comprehensive package of services, getting to the states of dehydration and malnutrition? My consideration of this was no. Why? Because in a frail care facility, we have all this. Normally, we are supposed to have all these alternative methods of rehydrating, alternative of methods of feeding the patient available. So if these alternative methods, which are supposed to be in a frail care facility or in any healthcare facility for that sake, were not made available, or were there but made available for that particular person, given the fact that the method that was used to feed her, in her last days, was inappropriate. So the only plausible and possible opinion on this is that things were not done properly. That's why I say this. That's why I say this.
So I just want to clarify for you, Dr. Noya, Ms. Magafula was not in a frail care facility. You had no way of knowing this. Clarified now. She was in what we referred to as an NGO, a care home for mental health care users at the time that she died. Now, you've just said, and I just want to be sure that your evidence is, that I'm summarizing correctly, you've just said that in any healthcare institution, you would expect these external or additional precautions to be placed for someone in her put in place for someone in her position. Would you expect the same in an NGO receiving mental health care users with profound intellectual disability? I see someone's hands gone up, and I assume that is because this may not be within your area of expertise. And so I want to invite you, if it's not in your area of expertise, you don't have to comment on that.
Mr. Pichela?
I think the Learned Council has noted the objection and where I was going with it, because it's calling upon this witness to speculate. As we've indicated earlier, he's an expert in pathology, and how NGOs are run or operated, there's no value in whatever evidence that is going to give on that aspect. That would be my submission.
Yes, Ms. Van der Linde.
Thank you, Milady. I'm not asking the witness to speculate that my learned colleague's correct. That would be of no evidential weight to you, but my lady. But the witness has told us that he took into account that part of the forensic process is to look at what's before him and to come to a conclusion about cause of death. I wanted to give him an opportunity, because his report refers to a frail care institution. The deceased was not in a frail care institution. I don't know what the definition of that is, but certainly we know her condition because we've seen the evidence. And I can tell you that we know that she was at the Precious Angels NGO.
Yes. So
all I'm asking the witness is, does that change, knowing that evidence, does that change your conclusion on this addendum?
Okay. Mr. Just before the witness responds, Mr. Pichela? Do you still have a problem with the question?
The difficulty, my lady, is the witness has already made his findings. He has already reported on them. I presume, and I stand to be corrected, that the Learned Council, in essence, is asking the witness to substitute the reference to the frail care now in favor of an NGO. I know evidence is already on record with regard to the requirements and the parameters that must be met by an NGO in taking care of victims, mental health care users, etc. The same evidence is not available with regard to frail care facilities. Now, you are asking the witness to confirm or to compare the two. And that is where the unfairness comes from, because if you're putting it to the witness that, or to everybody else, that this is the standard in respect of a frail care facility, and you refer the witness to the standard that is required with regard to an NGO, then a comparison of the two can be made. But to ask the witness, he doesn't even know how to operate an NGO or what is the requirement, what are the parameters that they're required to meet. So, hence, the learned counsel agrees with me that there is no value to come out of that evidence. And if there's no value, then why are we dwelling on it? Then it's irrelevant.
You have made your point. Can I hear the others before I rule? You have made your point. No, I'll come back to you, Ms. Van Lender. Mr. Late and Mr. Van Bergen, if you may, and Mr. Martin.
My lady, for once I do agree with Mr. Pihlela.
You agree with Mr. Pihlela? Okay, let's not prolong the debate. Mr. Van Bergen and Mr. Late, if you have something to say.
My lady, I also agree with Mr. Pihlela in this instance.
Okay. Without prolonging the debate, I think I'm not going to allow the question. Thank you.
I accept that, my lady. Thank you. I'll just ask the witness this. Mr. Dr. Onoya, you concluded in the addendum to your report that you have no doubt that severe malnutrition, dehydration, and gangrene were definitely major contributors in the demise of the patient. Do you stand by that evidence?
I do, Advocate.
Okay. Thank you, my lady. My lady, if you just bear with me for 1 minute, just to see, I think I have one more question. No, thank you very much, my lady. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Then we go to Ms. Mujelele. Ms. Mujelele, do you have questions to the witness?
I have no question for this witness, my lady.
Thank you. Where is Ms. Foster? Is she present? Is it the week where she said she was not going to be available?
My lady, as it pleases the court.
Yes.
That is indeed so, yes, my lady.
So is there anybody standing in for her?
My lady, I'm standing in, but we don't have any questions.
Okay. Who's that?
My lady,
Mr. Sonny. Okay.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sibara's team.
Afternoon, my lady. It's Advocate Makani. From our team, we don't have any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Hutamo, followed by Ms. Siboko.
As the court pleases, my lady, we do not have questions for the witness.
Thank you. Ms. Siboko.
May it please you, my lady, I have no questions for the witness. Thank you.
Hand in hand.
Can you please mute your mics, please? Ms. Ramaimela's team, followed by Ms. Koka.
Good afternoon, my lady. No questions.
Thank you.
As the court pleases.
My lady, I also have no questions for the witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Mait and Mr. Shabangu, followed by Ms. Mboweni.
May it please you, my lady, I too have no questions for this witness.
Thank you.
As the court pleases, my lady, I do have no questions for this witness. As the court pleases.
Ms. Mboweni?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Thank you. Mr. Manamela, is there anybody standing in for him? Mr. Manamela, no response? Mr. Profi?
May it please the court, my lady, I have no questions for this witness.
Then Mr. Pichela, surely you should be having questions.
Indeed, my lady, I do. My lady, I would request an opportunity to consult with my clients, because I do realize that the name of the deceased, Mrs. Macapella, features on Anchor as well as Precious Angels.
Okay.
Because it appears that she was transferred from one institution. She was transferred from CCRC, then to Anchor, and then eventually to Precious Angels. And I would need to consult properly with the clients so that there is no contradicting instructions on this aspect, or a conflict of interest might also arise in the event.
Please don't start. Please. I said,
at this juncture, I'm merely speculating, my lady, but I do need to consult with
yes,
the
but
witness.
it makes sense.
Yes.
How much time do you need? I don't know whether we have the doctor available tomorrow.
No, my lady, tomorrow I'm taken tomorrow.
Oh. Mr. Pichela, how much time do you need? If we break now, and then would you be in a position to proceed when we resume at 14:35?
Yes, I'll obtain instructions over the phone with regard to the respective witnesses in this matter.
Okay. Well,
yes. I hope they are listening so that they can become accessible, my lady. Because sometimes it's
Miss Ngube and who's for Anchor? Miss
Mrs. Dorothy Franks.
Hey, Miss Dorothy Franks and Miss Ngube, are you there? Miss Nompumelelo Ngube? Are you there? Have they not been attending the proceedings? You have got their numbers, isn't it? They must make themselves
I do have their numbers, my lady.
Yes, they must be accessible, taking into account that the court thinks all along is under the impression that they are attending the proceedings.
Same here, my lady. I was also
yes,
under
Mr. Late, can I hear Mr. Late and the others? And then...
Yes, my lady, I don't want to sound like somebody with wet pants, but I have given the sequence of the witnesses for this week already last week. And it was already last week known by all the advocates that the doctor is going to testify today. I cannot understand why consultation hasn't yet been done. The doctor is in private practice and he now loses a whole day of patients because of the evidence, and that is totally unacceptable. It's a blot on the name of the advocacy to not consult, knowing who the witness would be the next week. Really, I would really ask for my learned colleagues to prepare timelessly for the witnesses, because we are now working with professionals.
Okay, well, Mr. Pichela, you hear the concerns of Mr. Late, but I'm just trying to assist you. It's fine. I'm trying to assist you. I'm trying to assist you for the sake of time, and also taking into account that I also have to attend the memorial. I'm just trying to assist you so that you can utilize this time. So I take it that
there's just a few things, my lady, that I want to clarify with the witnesses in respect of what the doctor has testified to. It's not a question of having to prepare for based on the statement. The doctor was testifying verbatim, and so it's an unfortunate short competence for Advocate Lay to be mentioning that people must prepare blah blah blah. I mean, it's unnecessary, and that is the decorum that I was talking, which is lacking.
Mr. Pichela, if you had my starting point, I was avoiding the responses like that. I'm just saying, I'm giving you time from now up until when we resume in the afternoon. Just see what you can do, because I take it that indeed we were all told about the fact that the witness is here, and I understand your concerns. So I'm saying to you, we're having a predicament of not having the doctor tomorrow. Just see to it that you consult whatever clarifications or whatever you want to consult with your clients. Do it, and let's resume without any waste of time. Thank you.
I'm indebted to your leadership.
I think that will be the opportune time for us to take the lunch break, and then it's almost 12:30. Then we will resume at 14:35. The witness is warned. Thank you. I see there are hands here. Miss Mokhotwa, yes, I've noted you. I will deal with you later, because I want us to see to it that the doctor, in fact, if possible, finish with his evidence today. The court is going to take a lunch adjournment. Thank you very much.
May it please the court, my lady.
As your ladyship pleases.
where are you? Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, I'm ready, my lady.
Yes, just before you do that, the witness is reminded that he is still under oath. Yes, you may proceed.
Yes, please. I don't seem to see the witness.
You don't see the witness? Can you see me?
I can see you, my lady, but the witness I can off.
See everyone and everything. Yeah, we can see everyone.
Can you see him,
Yeah,
Mr.
no. I can see you, doctor.
Can I ask Miss Beauty Kekana and the others to switch off their cameras? Miss Kekana, please do so. Let's continue, Mr. Pichel. There is a hand from who? I don't know who's this person. What is it that you want? We need to proceed now, please. Miss Kekana, can you please switch off your camera? Mr. Pichela, we're waiting for you.
Let's go, please, lady. Good afternoon, doctor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Pichela.
Pichela.
Doctor, yes. I'm here representing 4 NGOs. It's Precious House, Precious Angels. We have Siabadinga, we have Anchor House. And Precious Angels and Anchor House are the ones who are basically affected or implicated with this part of the testimony.
Affected by what?
So I'm only going to be dealing with the two of them.
Mr. Pichela?
Pardon, my lady?
Affected by what?
Oh, no, I'm saying they're implicated.
In his evidence, it must be clear. And
yes, because they are the ones basically by deduction, because they are the ones who came in contact with Ms. Makapela.
Ms. Kekana, can you please switch off your camera? Is distracting me. Continue, Mr. Pichela.
Yes, so I was merely outlining to the witness that I'll be dealing with Anchor House and Precious Angels, because they are the ones who had contact with Ms. Makapela. Whereas the other two, there's no need for me to cross-examine him on those other two. Now, doctor.
Lay the foundation, please, first, Mr. Pichela.
My lady, I'm going to be exploring several aspects, but for the most part, there's basically 4 aspects that I want to cross-examine the witness on. His finding of dehydration, the BMI test that he used to find that the victim was emaciated.
I don't think you are audible enough. I just heard the issue of dehydration, and then from there I couldn't pick up anything. And I don't think the witness is hearing you properly the way I can see his face. Please ensure that we all hear you.
Yes. I'm going to be exploring several aspects. The first one, we're dealing with the issue of dehydration, which featured prominently in your testimony, as well as the victim or the Ms. Makapela being emaciated.
Emaciated.
Yeah, I believe I hope I'm quoting this term correctly.
Emaciated.
Yeah, emaciated. as it pleases, my lady. And then I'm going to deal with aspects with regard to your conclusions of neglect. And then finally, I'm going to deal with the different reports, that is LA1, LA2, and LA3, the significance of them, how they came about, and so on and so forth. So I don't have a lot of questions for you. Hopefully, you can assist me to move quicker so that we can finish up today. Is everything clear so far, Doctor?
Yes, sir, it is clear.
Thank you. Now, the examination that you conducted during your first post-mortem, I believe that would be on the 24th of January, no, 21st of February 2017. That is Annexure L1 or Exhibit L1. I take it, Doctor, that this was the post-mortem that was done immediately or within a couple of days after you were informed that the deceased had passed away.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Now, obviously, this must have been when the body was still in a relatively fresh state prior to too much refrigeration.
As per my record, the death occurred as I was informed, on the 15th of August, and the post-mortem was performed on the 31st of August.
The 31st, 15 days later.
Yes, my lady.
Now,
just a second, Mr. Pichel. Continue. Not audible.
Of degradation.
Mr. Pichela? Just start
yes,
again.
My
we
lady,
haven't had
I'm
anything
here.
at all.
Okay, I'm saying, Doctor, that I take it that when a body has been stored for that long period, there is a certain degree of degradation. It degrades.
Okay.
Now, did you account for that inevitable degradation of the body when you conducted your post-mortem?
If I understood your question correctly, you are referring to processes of decomposition during my post-mortem examination. Am I correct?
Yes, to a degree, yes. That is what I'm referring to.
Thank you very much, sir. The only significant post-mortem change that I saw during my examination was a slightly green discoloration of the anterior abdomen. So decomposition in deceased normally starts on the anterior abdomen. The reason being, inside the abdomen, we have the biggest container of bacteria inside the body, in the intestine, especially on the rectum, on the part of the intestine called cecum. So that reservoir of bacteria is the cause of the decomposition starting visible on the anterior abdomen. So during my examination, that was the most meaningful post-mortem decomposition that I found. So there are many factors which can delay the decomposition. It is the body weights. The body weights. I mean, in thin or emaciated patients or bodies, or depending on the conditions of the body's conservation or storage, the whole decomposition process can be delayed, which I think was the case when I was doing my post-mortem examination.
Yes, but this delay caused by prolonged storage of a deceased body in a refrigerator or in a refrigerated environment does affect the color of the skin. Do you agree?
It does. There are specific skin changes which are related to specific storage or conservation conditions, and all these different factors which are clearly having an impact on the skin. They all have some specific well-documented changes that they impart on the body skin. So, for instance, a body which is stored or conserved in a refrigerator or in a very cold environment, in light-skinned people will impart a slightly pinkish color to the skin. The greenish discoloration, which I have spoken about, that's invariably linked to a bacterial action on the skin. So that green discoloration cannot be confused with anything else acting on the skin.
Now, you'll agree with me, doctor, that keeping a human body in the refrigerator for a period of 15 days also will affect your result when it comes to skin elasticity.
Sorry, sir, there was a helicopter flying over. Would you please kindly repeat the question?
Yes, doctor. I'm saying keeping the body in the refrigerator 15 days before you had a look at it, it's a factor that could affect skin elasticity.
No, sir. It's different. The pathological changes are what they are. So before describing any pathological change in the medical books, experiments are being conducted, on many bodies or many corpses, before reporting any kind of constant in our medical books. So dehydration features are constant. They are what they are, and dehydration changes cannot be confused with documented changes caused by refrigeration.
Now, tell me, doctor, the exam that you conducted when you reached the conclusion of dehydrated was a superficial test. You agree?
Come again?
The test or the exam that he conducted on the body when he made conclusions of dehydration was superficial. You looked at the eyes and you saw that they were shrunken, and you then decided that this is a sign that there's been dehydration. Am I correct?
No, sir. That's not the way we do things. That's not the way we evaluate things. If I may allow, to re-emphasize the fact that these were findings, and the findings, as we observe them on the bodies or on living patients, these findings have been deeply, researched about. As I said, there are many experiments done before reporting any constant clinical or pathological change on a person or on a body. So when we have sunken eyes, that's a well-established, well-documented sign of dehydration. So we do not do tests. It's an observation, and that pathological observation is linked invariably to dehydration. So it's not something that we just speculate about, or no. It's a finding. It's a fact, sir.
That may be so, doctor, but you will agree with me that sunken eyes are not the only indicator. They do not just indicate dehydration. They could be indicative of other things. You agree with me on that proposition?
When you have sunken eyes, it's a loss of fluid around the tissue, the muscles, which are around the eyes. That's sunken eyes. So because of that loss of tissue, that's loss of fluid in the muscles and deep and tissue around the eye, we have that finding. So sunken eyes is mainly linked to loss of fluid.
So you don't agree with it? Just a second. So the question was, do you agree with the proposition? So you don't agree with that?
I do not agree, Your Lady, with the proposition.
I don't think, Doctor, you were able to capture my question correctly. And what I'm saying to you is, the sinking of the eyes, it does not just indicate dehydration. Other things can manifest themselves with sinking of the eyes. Other conditions. Do you agree with
that? I tend to disagree, sir. So whatever condition is at the origin of the eyes being sunken, so eye sunken is a common pathway. Yes, there can be a couple of underlying situations, but the common point, the end point of all these underlying conditions leading to sunken eyes are that these underlying conditions are leading to a loss of fluid, and this loss of fluid leads to sunken. I'm not sure whether you understood me.
Just the last point towards the end.
I didn't get the last part as well.
Yeah, so the last point I was saying that you can have a couple of underlying conditions, but the common points of all these underlying conditions are loss of fluid somewhere in the body, and that loss of fluid somewhere in the body manifests itself by sunken eyes, loss of body fluid.
So if I understand you correctly, Doctor, you're saying that old age is not a factor when it comes to sunken eyes, genetics are not a factor, stress is not a factor, lack of sleep is not a factor. Is that what you're saying?
So there is a difference between sunken eyes and wrinkles. Sunken eyes are not wrinkles. Old age, stress, etc. They can create, wrinkling. Wrinkling can also be to some extent. That's why I did not mention it, because wrinkling is not a constant sign of dehydration. But sunken eyes, it's linked to dehydration, sir.
Dr. Fine, I'll address this one in argument because I introduced the bulk of the medical experts who are there who will indicate to me.
Well, I'm having difficulties to hear you, Mr. Pitlela.
Apologies, my lady. I'm just putting it to the witness that his opinion on the cause of sunken eyes being solely due to dehydration and no other factor is incorrect. And scientifically, there is evidence there is medical articles contrary, which speak of old age, speak of genetics, stress as being other factors that could manifest themselves in that condition.
Like I said, sir, there could be a lot of underlying causes, but the common pathway of all this is loss of body fluid, sir. Thank you.
Now, you speak of loss of body fluid. Were you able to determine